Gaffer tape. Welcome back to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and I'm with Dimitri today from Mercurium. I knew I was going to mess it up. I
It's all right.
apologize. Can you give us the name of your company so that it's pronounced correctly?
Our company is Mercurio.io. So we do cross-border payment aggregation. We handle all the fiat and crypto side for the crypto prospects. So we offer different payment channels to the businesses, so their users can deposit or buy or do anything financial connected with the crypto pretty easily. So on the product side, we have on and off ramps, so you can buy crypto or sell crypto using different payment methods: Visa, MasterCard, Apple Pay, Google Pay, you name it. We even have local payment methods for difficult, I would say, regions. Some may be allergic to crypto transactions. Take Southeast Asia, for example. So in order to get the like certain MCC through, MCC is merchant category code, and
Sure.
we use crypto MCC, and in order to get it through, you got to set up locally. You got to set up local entity, and we already have, I think, from it was a 8 legal entities, and by the end of the year, we are planning on opening 20 more legal entities in order to ensure the best conversion we have all over the globe. So back to the products, I already told you about on and off ramps, so it's just an easy solution. You can plug and play. All the big players are using it right now: Binance, OKX, BitHump Global, 1inch, Trust Wallet. So you name it. You just look up through CoinMarketCap. All the top prospects are working with us at the moment, and we're growing even bigger. So it was just on and off ramps. Now we have card acquiring, card payouts. We can do banking as a service. So prospects can open fully fledged, white labeled bank account for the end users, and they can basically do anything with this bank account. They can pay to the counterparties, not only to keep the money in the system. So take Revolut, for example. They are using crypto side, but you can really move the crypto outside of Revolut. You just keep it there. But with our fully fledged bank accounts, you can pay with the counterparties. You can buy crypto. You can withdraw crypto to this bank account. So banking as a service, crypto as a service, card payouts, card acquiring, you name it, we have it.
Would you say that as your company grows, it's going to bring down the barriers to entry for the people who have never bought crypto but have heard about it?
That's
Does it make
that's
it easier for the common folks?
Yeah, that's basically the direction we're moving in. That was our initial idea, to bridge fiat and crypto world, and I think we are on the verge of something great, because crypto is getting more and more, I don't know, recognized among the big players. It had a speculative potential, but now when people get more knowledge about crypto, they understand that crypto has a real
The
big
util-
financial
the
utility.
utility is becoming better understood by the masses every single day. And so I agree with you that we are on the cusp of a tipping point where we will continue to see growth. I want to thank you for taking time today. Now, your group has a booth here at the conference, correct?
Yeah,
Do you know what the
we're
booth number is?
we're at the booth 922.
922.
Come visit if you want to improve your payment experience. If you're looking for the basically any gateway, come up, drop by our booth, and I will answer all the questions in person.
Well, thank you. Dimitri, I appreciate you stopping by. I'm sorry I mispronounced the name of your company.
It's okay.
Can you give us the name of the company one more time?
So it's Mercurio.io.
Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much. Thank you all.
Hey, hello, Blocksters. You are chilling with Will, and I am chilling with Joaquin. Joaquin Ayuso of Neum.
Yes.
Great to have you here today.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
having me.
and we're live too.
Yes, that's the best part.
That's the best part. So we want to learn a little bit about what you're doing in the payment space. I know I was excited because when I saw what you're doing, I'm like, wow, he's disrupting PayPal, which is something everybody wants, right? I'm tired of giving them my 3%. But from what I understand, your business model is more of a B2B, not a B2C. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So Neum is headquartered in Singapore. We are a money movement company and we do pure B2B business. And our work is to make sure that we move money in a very streamlined fashion within the 190 countries that we can disperse payments.
Right.
We can do real time in 85 of those, and we can do 100 different currencies. And we can also allow you to receive payments on those countries, and we can issue cards in 35 countries, and we can hold wallets in already 5 of those countries.
Okay, Singapore, because of regulations, tell me a little bit about that.
So because the founders decided to start the company in Singapore,
Okay.
and the founder Prajit and Mike got together in Singapore and started a remittance company.
Okay.
But the key differentiation is that they focus on the licenses to be able to have better pricing effects and better speed. And in a couple of years, banks and other financial institutions asked them to leverage their financial rails. So rather than consumer, they pivoted to a B2B world. And today we moved north of 6 billion a year, and we have 120 million end consumers serviced by our clients indirectly.
Okay, 6 billion a year.
Yes, that was last year.
So what would the average transaction be? And tell me a little bit about what the average client size is that you are serving right now.
So that is a great question. We are not in place to discuss ticket volumes or sizes or our clients. We are kind of like the pipes that run all this business. So we try to be just the pipes. But in lieu to make our service better to them, what we're doing is we're getting incursions into crypto, and that's what you've seen with our partnership with BitPay. We're trying to build services that our clients can leverage for their end consumers.
Right.
And the first 2 products that we put in place are a API that enables our clients to offer buy, hold, and sell like PayPal does directly to their end consumers.
Right.
What we're doing, we're offering an API so our clients can offer it to their consumers directly. So we do it as a service.
Nice.
And the partnership we're announcing today, and we're really excited about this, is enabling these same clients to accept payments in the form of crypto, but they don't have to deal with the hassle of crypto. They'll receive fiat in the other end, so that they don't need to understand crypto. They just need to offer the service to their end consumers.
Totally transparent, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the cryptos, right? So I know Bitcoin, Ethereum. I'm an Ethereum maxi, right, at a Bitcoin conference. But what other cryptos are available?
We are able to offer a little bit over 20 cryptocurrencies through our Crypto Invest product.
Okay.
And we offer 7 cryptocurrencies for Crypto Accept.
Okay.
And we're slowly ramping up the different acceptance. We're going to be working with the different chains to gather more of those cryptocurrencies and being able to be agnostic to what type of cryptocurrency you want to build in, right? So in the end, you just want to adopt the standards like the ERC20s so that you're able to adopt any cryptocurrency that comes your way.
So people that are watching out there, they're curious, what about Dogecoin? Is that one of the currencies that you...
We do manage Dogecoin in both products.
Really?
So yes. So your clients' customers, our clients' customers are able to leverage Dogecoin.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's considered cutting edge or if it's just considered cool, but either way, it's very interesting. Tell us, Joaquin, about your dev team.
We are a team that have been working together already for a couple of years within the organization of Neum, and we have been focusing our energy into Web3. We believe that crypto is an evolution of the financial system, but it's not going to be the replacement of the financial system. There's going to be coexistence of composable finance happening through the way. So our vision is connect our traditional financial network that we have today, which is one of the largest and one of the most prominent, with the Web3 world. So we want to be that bridge that would enable organizations through Web3, like metaverses, for example, to integrate protocols via smart contracts
Mhm.
and then connect that directly to the traditional financial system.
Right.
So our evolution of products are towards that mission of becoming the
Right.
bridge of the Web3 to the financial system.
Right. Right. Payments in the metaverse. I mean, that's where you want to be, right?
Yes.
Anything that you can tell us about the differentiated value? There are other companies in this space, right? Are trying to get in this space. What makes Neum so special right now?
We are every company that you see out there trying to offer financial systems usually come from the crypto world,
Yeah.
and they're starting to gather the licenses to go to the traditional financial system. We have already a licensed network. We have licenses in Japan, Singapore,
Really?
Australia,
Okay.
US, UK, Europe, and many other countries that enable us to have a real-time network of payments and money movement. So we are in a better disposition to connect to the crypto world and offer those real-time payments across the world to the crypto ecosystem, rather than having to integrate many payments providers. You just integrate us, and we give you access to 190 countries right away. So we have we have a right to win on this play
Right.
because of our network of licenses. and
So yeah, so
countries.
it's a startup with a huge head start, so
Yes.
to speak.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes.
Very cool. Well, tell us about your journey into crypto, right?
Yes, my journey was a little bit odd. So Vitalik, we already were fiddling with Bitcoin back in the 2011 and 2012. We were already mining with Bitcoins. My friend and I were mining Bitcoin. We're mining Dogecoins, and we're mining Litecoins. And here comes one of the developers of one of my startups came back to me saying, "Hey, I know this guy Vitalik. He's doing this super amazing new version of the blockchain, and I think we should be in." So we bought some of the pre-sale Ether to support him,
Very
and
nice.
that was kind of like my introduction to the EVM-based world, which is kind of like what we see today on the Web3.
So your guy knew Vitalik personally?
Yeah, apparently yes.
Okay.
I've never kind of like tried to leverage that connection,
Yeah.
but yes. So they met when they were developing this thing.
Which is interesting because as his legend grows, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, I knew him back in the day."
Yes,
It's just
no.
funny how.
I didn't knew him personally, but
Right.
But my colleague at the startup, the developer, him and I were looking at his paper, and we were just amazed about the idea.
Okay. Wow. Very cool. Well, what about so Ethereum? What about your journey into Bitcoin itself?
So Bitcoin, we started mining Bitcoin back in the day when mining with USBs is still profitable, and the first ASICs were coming out, and it was quite a journey because the mantra that Satoshi had for Bitcoin, we believe that still can happen. The Bitcoin itself is kind of like the first revolution of the wheel of the financial evolution.
Right.
So it's great to see that it gives access to so many people
Yeah.
without the need to be able to have a bank account. They can just open an app and get crypto right away. That is beautiful for financial inclusion, for financial access, for remote areas, for emerging countries. Bitcoin does a great job enabling that financial inclusion. So we're really excited about the idea of fiddling with crypto.
I'm always excited to talk to miners or people that came from mining, right, into the larger crypto ecosystem. So I'm thinking 2012, 2013. When did you start as a miner?
Our first mining started in 2011.
Wow.
Back
So
in
that
the
was early.
days, and we started. It was an interesting world, and then once it became kind of like you had to buy the voted hardware for it. That's when, because it was a hobby for us. We'll still have Bitcoins from that time, but it was interesting to see how it evolved to such a professional
Yes.
kind of job. So we decided to continue with our day-to-day, which was a startup. So we wanted to make sure that we could focus on the startup, and we left that alone. But back 2011, we were having a lot of fun.
And Bitcoin was like $5 back then.
It was nothing. Yes.
It was nothing.
It was nothing. I
'Cause that's
remember when it popped to 100, and we were like, no, too expensive.
Too
Like,
expensive.
yes.
I remember when it was 25 and I was working with a guy that was, "Oh, you got to buy this." What do I want to do that?
Right.
And now I'm sure he has a desert island somewhere, but we all have those. those stories. Can you tell us where to find more information about Neum?
Yes. So if you go to nium.com, nium.com/crypto, you're going to find everything about our crypto offering. You can go to nium.com and see all the payments offering that we have today. So depending on what you need, if you're a crypto company looking for more rails of payments, go to nium.com. If you're
Okay.
looking for a non-crypto company looking for crypto products, you go to nium.com/crypto, or else write to crypto@nium.com, and we're going to be able to service you.
Cool. And a lot of cool things going on. What do you see in the next 5 years? Where would you like to be? I understand what you're doing now. You're doing amazing things. Tell me about your vision for Neum and for crypto in general.
Web3 and crypto have a huge potential to disrupt how the workforce is done. It has a huge potential to disrupt how governance paradigms are going to shift.
Right.
So I'm really excited to see how the token role plays in these two different ecosystems in the workforce part, because we want to be able to offer real-time disbursements for the bounties and all the tasks that are happening in the Web3 world, and there is so much excitement there.
Yeah.
But also on the governance side, where you want to disintermediate a lot of people from the execution, right? If you vote for something, you want that to be automatically executed.
Right.
So Web3 brings a lot of automations that can happen on that governance model. We want to be part of that too in the form of the money movement. There's going to be a lot of governance that involve payments, treasury movements. We want to be the offering for that too. So we're doing inroads to that.
The whole Swift payment, what happens to that?
Well, I mean, it's there's going to be a space for everyone.
Yeah.
Globalization means more volumes,
Right.
and there's always a space for all of us. With us, you don't have to use Swift, which is the beauty of it, and
Yeah,
you can do
love
it
it.
in real time.
Yeah.
And we can do tickets as high as in the tens of millions and as small as $50. So you can leverage our network for anything you need.
Very, very cool. I'm really excited to dig in a little bit more. I'd love to talk to you offline, and we'll do a piece on this, because anything that when I think of payments, my mind just goes to disrupt PayPal, like disrupt the 800-pound
Yes.
gorilla in the room. So any alternatives are appreciated. Thank you, Joaquin.
Thank you.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you for having me.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm pleased to be here with Yusuf from Built with Bitcoin Foundation, a group who is building schools and using Bitcoin in an interesting way to overcome some challenges that traditional fiat currency had in the philanthropy biz. Can you tell us more about Built with Bitcoin?
Yes, absolutely. It's great to be here.
Thank you.
Built with Bitcoin, we have a mantra and philosophy within our organization. We don't just build schools, we build communities. What we try to do is utilize Bitcoin to its best use case,
Sure.
and that is philanthropy. For us to be able to make the connections, the tangible, authentic, genuine connections with the communities, provide them with the natural resources that they may lack, and also have the means of Bitcoin education to be able to free these communities from this financial oppression, this financial discrimination that they may be feeling in Africa, Asia, South America, the entire global South.
That's fantastic. Now, Yusuf has sort of an interesting story because he was in fundraising prior to Built with Bitcoin and is one of the founders. Can you tell us the story about how you realized there needed to be a change?
Correct. So I started a traditional fiat organization about 11 years ago. And while running a project, I had a prospective donor reach out to us and make a contribution. The financial platform that we were utilizing at the time flagged it as fraud. So I had to respond to this prospective donor in a very uncomfortable manner. It was very discomforting for me, and request from them if there's another form of payment that they can make. This one didn't go through. And their response to me was, do you accept Bitcoin?
And what did you say?
I said, what is Bitcoin? Literally.
And how did he respond to that? Was he surprised you hadn't heard of it?
Absolutely, he was. And he told me that this is a technology that could benefit the world of philanthropy. And so what I did, it kind of forced me to dive deeper into the rabbit hole, so to speak, for me to kind of understand what Bitcoin and its technology possesses and to harness that power for good, for social good. And that individual on the other side happens to be Ray Youssef, who is the co-founder of the foundation. And he had this crazy idea, as he likes to say it. I want to build 100 schools around the world completely utilizing Bitcoin. Can you do this for me and with me? I said, absolutely, we can.
That's fantastic. Now, 1.3% of the world currently owns crypto. A lot of people aren't into Bitcoin yet. I'm sure many of the people who want to donate to these worthwhile projects
Right.
don't have Bitcoin.
Right.
What sort of challenges do you face when you come up with somebody who wants to help you out but isn't into Bitcoin at this point?
Right. I think it all comes down to education, Brian, right? It's to be able to show in real life, in real time, the positive effects that Bitcoin can truly have, so that those individuals can be inspired to want to learn more. Here in North America, we are very privileged. We're very fortunate to have connectivity to technology, to electricity, to running water and sanitation. Many countries around the world don't have that fortunate circumstance, right? But yet they're still utilizing Bitcoin to its best ability as a means of exchange, of whether it's commerce, merchandise, technology, information. And so I think when you show the example for folks that, hey, it's not used for the nefarious activity and issues that people kind of bring up with it, it's actually used for many positive use cases around the world, that hopefully will motivate folks to kind of dig deep down and learn more about it and then use it on a daily basis.
That's fantastic. Now, on the other side of the coin, pun completely intended,
Okay.
when you're going into these communities, you
Right.
talked a little bit earlier off camera about the challenges of building a school with Bitcoin. Can you go through some of the things you had to overcome to be able to go from donation to school?
Right. I mean, right now, the very first school that we built in 2017 is in a country that may not be as friendly towards Bitcoin, but still functions 5 years later. Why? Because the community understands the true power behind it, right? And for us, we're still very early.
Sure.
Right? We're still very early. And these use cases, real life use cases and the utilities behind Bitcoin itself and other cryptocurrencies around the world, we can use these as a blueprint, right?
Sure.
For folks to be, to point towards and say, hey, you know what? This community is able to thrive from Bitcoin. Why not be able to scale this up? Which it's possible for us to be able to do. So for us, it's showing a pathway, being part of that journey, not the destination, right?
Yeah,
It's all about the journey on how Bitcoin can positively affect the daily lives of individuals in these communities.
How did you find the community that you picked for your first school?
It's like having a second family. When going into these communities, it's very important for us to be able to bridge this connection with them. The metric of success that we utilize at our foundation is not numbers. It's not how much money we raise. It's actually not even how many people we affect. It is the relationship that we're able to experience genuinely and authentically as we continue to go back and forth to these communities. We don't visit a community just once. We don't build a project, dig a hole into the ground for a water well, and just leave. We are coming back sustainably, back and forth, because we want to have that peer-to-peer experience, that peer-to-peer relationship for that community.
That's brilliant. Now, I understand that you want to talk a little bit about an interesting NFT project.
Yes.
Everybody in the crypto world loves NFTs. Tell us the countries that are.
We have a project that we just launched this past week called Built with NFT. It's a 10,000 unique NFT collection. 552 students from 6 schools in 3 different countries of Kenya, Rwanda, and Nigeria took part in hand painting these masterpieces. And from those 552 paintings, we created these 10,000 unique NFTs. And right now we launched Lightning integration, so that folks that have Bitcoin using Lightning, saving on those fees and making it as fast as it possibly can be, can purchase these NFTs directly on the Bitcoin network to support 100% of the proceeds, not profits. 100% of the proceeds of this project goes back into the foundation to be able to build more schools and communities around the world. Essentially, you have African children at our Built with Bitcoin schools being able to pay it forward for other future children around the world to be able to have schools for them to be able to live, thrive, and to be able to learn from.
What age range are the children that were involved in doing the art?
So we have children as young as 3 years old,
Oh, really?
up to about 12 and 13 years old. So we're talking about children that have never even seen paint in their lives before, Brian. You know, we were talking about communities that didn't have electricity or water, right? Or an education or an access to quality education within their communities before we were able to come into those communities themselves. So to put a blank piece, a blank canvas in front of them and say, hey, go ahead and use your imagination, there's a level of engagement and education that also needs to happen. So what we did is said, what do you want to be when you grow up?
That's a
And so
reasonable
we had
question.
students that created art pieces that replicated teachers, military personnel, police officers, doctors, parents, right? So it's a beautiful thing to be able to see these young children be empowered through these resources and to be able to utilize that empowerment for good.
That's fantastic. And I assume they're absolutely adoring the project. And I guess I would like to know a little bit more. We had talked about the, I apologize for that. Thank you. The one of the advantages of doing this type of work,
Right.
raising money
Yes.
with Bitcoin, is that more of the donation can be used.
Absolutely.
Can you talk a little bit about some of the cost savings, some of the expenses that are going away through the use of Bitcoin?
When you're running a nonprofit, there's two extremely valuable assets that you need to understand. As a fiduciary, as an obligation, a financial obligation, it is obviously saving on as much cost as you possibly can. But what others don't really truly realize, unfortunately, is time is extremely valuable. It's actually the most valuable asset that a nonprofit can save on. And what do I mean by that? If we're utilizing Bitcoin and being able to send transactions instantaneously, right? Doesn't matter the day of the week, the time of the year, right? Bitcoin doesn't close, right?
True.
For you to be able to send funds electronically as digital cash, peer-to-peer, utilizing Bitcoin technology, you save on cost and you save on time. That's extremely important. So for example, let's say a school average cost is about $100,000, right? For us to be able to send that in one transaction, not only saves on financial cost, but also time. Because if I were to send it via Swift or ACH, it would have to be broken down into multiple different transactions. Those multiple different transactions need to be allotted within a different time frame from one another, right? So you can't send it all at one time. So what happens is, if that school is not fully funded, what happens to the individuals that are working on the school not receiving the funds? No work is happening. So that means that if no work is happening, students are not able to sit in those classrooms and be able to learn. So it has a domino effect. So
Absolutely.
Bitcoin completely takes this out of the equation, and you're able to utilize that technology as this universal translator of money more efficiently, more effectively, and at a lower cost.
That's fantastic. And I would think from the donor side,
Right?
people who are philanthropic want to see their donations put into action quickly. How long does it take when you've raised enough to build the next school? How long does it take to get kids in the room?
Depending on the location, obviously, depending on the topography, depending on the time of year, rainy season, dry season, whatever it may be, we can accomplish a school between 3 to 6 months. Again, we are saving a lot of time on the actual transfer of the funds. So we're able to utilize the technology for in its best use case when you're able to save on that time itself.
How long would it have taken with fiat?
If it was $100,000, you're sending overseas, it would probably take 6 months for that to go through.
So you're potentially reducing the time by 50%, and that's a great
Exponentially.
great use case for the societal value of Bitcoin, which to the masses who don't necessarily understand what we're doing, we need to get the word out about that.
Absolutely.
I'd be curious, what are some of the goals moving forward? Do you have a number of targets?
Yeah, so we're very goal oriented, mission driven. But for us, like I said before, the metric of success for us as we move forward is the connection and the relationship building that we make with those communities. It's not just about being able to build the school using Bitcoin. It's also the Bitcoin education that comes from this, the financial literacy first and foremost. We start financial literacy curriculum at 3 to 4 years old for young children, teaching them about what money is, right? Of course, everyone knows about what money is. They love money, but if you truly get down to the grassroots level, the fundamental value of money, many people unfortunately don't understand it. Even I didn't, right?
Sure.
So when you're understanding Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, it kind of forces you to learn more about what money truly is. And so for us, our goals are to continue to be able to raise awareness of our projects, to be able to continue to have these authentic relationships with these communities, but also providing that Bitcoin education as well too. You don't need to build a school to provide Bitcoin education for a community, but to be able to have that relationship, with the community itself, that takes time.
That's absolutely brilliant. You are in effect creating the next generation in these countries that need that level of education, because to move forward and take part in this revolution that is Bitcoin, they're going to have a competitive advantage over maybe first world countries. Does that
Absolutely
seem like a fair assessment?
100%. And let's be honest with ourselves. Here in the United States, many people don't have the financial literacy that they yearn for and that they deserve as well too. My father came to this country 40 years ago from Afghanistan as a refugee, and he unfortunately, in the span of 40 years, filed for bankruptcy not once but twice because he didn't have those financial literacy tools. So we owe it as the Bitcoin community, as an ecosystem, we owe it to these communities that we want them to be able to utilize Bitcoin to provide them with the information and the resources necessary to be able to understand it better.
This is absolutely brilliant. I appreciate you taking the time to sit down
Anytime.
and talk with us and tell us
Anytime.
about Built with Bitcoin. I hope you folks listening will look up what they're doing, maybe send a few Bitcoin their way and help some kids learn about financial literacy. Thank you
so
much.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Hello, Blocksters. You are chilling with Will here at Bitcoin 2022. And today I am chilling with Joe Downey of NiceHash. I love the positive name, NiceHash. And it isn't a very environmentally friendly project, which we'll get into. So it's aptly named. Tell us a little bit about how your platform works in being able to find buyers of hash power and sellers of hash power. I think it's really, really cool. Can you explain the mechanisms behind that?
Yeah, absolutely. So NiceHash, yeah, as the name you say, it's very friendly,
Yeah.
and we're aimed at bringing a lot of newcomers into crypto. But what the core of the platform is we're a hash power marketplace. So on one side, we have sellers connecting up their hardware and forwarding their hash power to our marketplace, where buyers can then buy that hash power and forward this to their mining pools or mining operations to increase their chances of finding the block. So we basically provide the power for miners to mine more cryptocurrencies.
Now, are there other marketplaces in this space that are matching miners with other people that have extra capacity as far as mining power, graphics cards, et cetera, et cetera?
Not in the same way that we are. We have quite a unique position in the mining
Right,
field,
right.
because a lot of miners are mining directly. They have like big farms or ASIC farms. They're mining directly. And then you have on the other side, you have also GPU mining, which is much more decentralized. So you have lots of small miners connecting up. So we have both, and we connect them all together to the marketplace.
Right, and we had discussed mostly BTC mining, but ETH mining. Could you talk about some of the other platforms, some of the other coins that are, I guess, in demand on your
Mineable,
platform? Yeah.
Yeah, so the way it works is that the guys who are providing the hardware, they are set on the algorithms to mine the coins. And that changes automatically depending on the most profitable at the time for the buyers who are bidding for the hash power. So this could be on Ethereum, this could be on Flux, could be on Ravencoin, or a lot of different coins which are mineable. And it's the marketplace that sets the price. So this is why it's sometimes more beneficial to mine with NiceHash, because you don't have to worry about changing coins when the market makes big changes or goes up and down in price or in volume of the hash rate, because you can always supplement with your hash power if you're a buyer.
Right.
And if you're a seller, you just have to sit back and let the software do it for you.
So I think that's a key part of this use case is that if I'm a provider, if I know I have an amount of hash, I don't necessarily, I'm not allocating that for Bitcoin. I'm not allocating it for Ethereum or anything else. I'm just saying I have this. It's up for the buyer to figure out, to decide what that allocation is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's very cool. So that happens dynamic, and your platform will resolve that, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So when the buyers are chosen what they want to mine, the software that we provide will switch the miners from all the connected miners to that algorithm onto the coin that person is mining. So it's very, very user friendly in the sense that if you're just connecting up your PC, say you have a good graphics card, maybe you're a gamer. When you're not using your PC, you can let NiceHash software run, and it will take care of which coin is the most profitable. So you're always getting paid the maximum that you could earn from the hardware that you have.
So this is what I love about this project is the environmentally friendly aspect of this, right? So in Wall Street, we used to talk about like dark pools, like hidden pools of value, but you're finding these pools that would otherwise be hidden of hash power, harnessing that and being able to couple buyers and sellers in a marketplace in a way that would be more green.
It's very dynamic as well.
Yeah.
So it's part of the fact that we have lots of small miners who are not using so much energy, as like a big ASIC farm, for example. So we're really spreading out the distribution of the electric use. So it's much greener in a sense.
Right.
That it's a lot of small miners mining in different places.
I mean, from from a environmental justice perspective as well. You sort of have
Just
that covered,
spread
right?
it out,
Because
yeah,
it's
yeah.
because it's spread out. I love it. Could you describe your initial idea or your journey of coming into this and setting it up, or was it something that was already there and they said, "Hey, Joe, we'd love you to be our CMO and come into this"? Was this vision yours or partly yours?
This was not. This was from our founder, who
Okay.
is not able to visit the conference, but has really good vision for this project, because it's one of those things that you just hit the right spots in the right markets, and we are still, to this day, we've been here since 2014.
Right.
We are still the only provider in a sense. We don't have any direct competition, in the sense that there are mining pools, there are cloud mining, but we are neither of those. We are simply a connection between the hash power.
And what Joe was telling me before is your team is really international, right?
Yeah.
You're Scottish,
That's right. Yeah.
right? And you're sort of in different areas of Europe, which I envy you for. But you mentioned some other countries, right? You mentioned Slovenia.
Slovenia. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got the core developers are in Slovenia,
Okay.
and then we have guys working in different countries, most in Europe, France, where I'm based, Germany, Netherlands, and we also have guys over in BVI as well, Venezuela. So
Okay.
we're really spread out.
Really spread out. Fantastic. So, what is your what is your future roadmap like? I understand what you're doing now. I think it's brilliant. Where are you going to be in 3 or 5 years? Right? Is there an opportunity with all the regulation that's coming with mining and all the other regulations coming at the same time with carbon offsets and all these? So, is there an opportunity for you to your organization to actually get into this futures market or be a market maker for carbon offsets, or being able to get involved with green credits?
I think this is going to come almost as a kind of natural evolution from
Right.
what's happening right now
Right.
in terms of markets, especially with the Bitcoin mining, where there's a lot of misinformation about the energy use, and a lot of people just simply don't know that all of this energy can be reused,
Right.
and you're creating value from it. So it's
Right.
like a circle that goes round, with which will inevitably end up with net zero carbon emissions, because you're reusing all the heat. For example, there's many companies using the heat from the mining. You then provide free heating for a whole town
Right.
from nothing.
Right.
So this is some great movements we see happening. In terms of NiceHash and our vision is to continue to bring more new people into mining, and to allow people to still get paid in Bitcoin from
Right.
their mining, even if they have very small hardware. Because
Right.
a lot of Bitcoin mining is becoming very big scale, like big
Yes.
volume farms and big data centers. Whereas what we do is we allow users, like your everyday user who still just has a computer,
Right.
you can connect it up, and you're still technically mining.
That's what I love
Bitcoin.
about it, because there's no learning curve, right? You don't need to be some tech guru. You can just get into this and make passive income by freeing up resources that you already have.
Exactly.
That's the beauty of it.
You're just putting to work.
Right. For
the
dummies
things you
like
already
me,
have.
like, oh yeah, okay. I'm in the mining ecosystem now. I'm in the mining community. Fantastic. One more question for you. How did you get into crypto in the first place? What like caught your eye, or what was like the one thing that you said, this is it, this is the way that I'm going to go, this is the way of the future?
For me, it was just the fact that you can send money almost instantly to anyone, anywhere in the world,
Right.
without having to let the bank sit there with your money for
Yes.
days or weeks or however long
Yeah,
they take.
yeah.
Well, they take their interest
Right.
and use your money to make more
Right.
money.
Right.
That just for me was, well,
Right.
this is going to happen. And the beauty of Bitcoin is that no matter how much it's regulated, no matter how much more regulation comes, which in essence will legitimize it as well,
Yeah.
it will still always be peer-to-peer. You will
Yeah.
always have that option
Yeah.
to send peer-to-peer, and that's just amazing.
Yeah. No, it's I was just thinking the other day, I had money at a bank that will name remain nameless.
Nameless.
And they said, well, you need to have $1,500 in your account or else we'll charge you a banking fee. I mean, it's crazy the fees that are being charged. So yeah, awesome. I had a great learning session with you, because anything that's green, anything with green tech, I'm totally fascinated. Could you tell us a little bit about where we can find you on the internet?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, at nicehash.com, you can find us, and there you can download our software. It's totally free, and just start earning Bitcoin. You basically download it, click start mining, and every 4 hours you will get paid in Bitcoin.
I liked it. Nicehash.com. Download the software and start making free Bitcoin.
Free Satoshis.
Love it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for having
Wonderful.
me.
Thanks.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and today I'm with Bud White of Tassin. Can you tell us a little bit about what is Tassin?
Sure. So Tassin's a software company in the United States. We're focusing on building compliant crypto products. Right now we have two. One is a self-custody exchange. And the second one is a token launch platform to help US and world companies launch tokens compliantly.
That's fantastic. Often in the world of crypto, it feels a little like we're in the Wild West. People launch tokens, maybe they're not compliant. Are you able to help somebody after the fact once they've gotten in trouble?
We are, and there's rarely a case where people actually get in trouble. I think what we're trying to do is look at what the guidance is from SEC and OFAC and always try to continue to comply with it, even though the risk of any one project really being singled out is low. But to the question,
Sure.
We definitely can. Looking at how a token is launched, the information that is collected, perhaps the legal opinions that were written, all of that can be done after the fact, so that if there was ever an instance where, say, the SEC came in to do an investigation, that you can still prove after the fact that you did everything to your power to make sure that you're following regulation.
What do you have a sense for how many crypto coins out there haven't done their due diligence to be compliant to KYC, to AML, which is KYC is know your customer, AML, anti-money laundering laws. These are important terms that everyone should be aware of, especially as investors too, on that side.
And let's not forget, in the Biden executive order, he added counterfunding of terrorism, CFT, as a big check.
There's another bit of information for our listeners. So tell us a little bit more about how you get to compliant and what's involved.
Sure. There's definitely a lot of projects that have chosen to kind of turn their back towards compliance. We see a lot of projects that are selling NFTs through websites, almost point of sale, and getting it out there without collecting information. Many different utility coin projects have launched on decentralized exchanges where there is absolutely no KYC collected. It really depends on whether or not the asset that you are issuing to purchasers is going to be considered a security or not. And second, if you ever want to bring that token that may be a security into the United States. If a project only wants to sell overseas, only on digital marketplaces, and there are a lot of product plans and architectures that allow for that, there almost isn't the need to do KYC from a practical standpoint. From a doing the best to push the industry forward perspective,
Sure.
Maybe they're skirting and taking some shortcuts. Kevin O'Leary was on stage earlier this morning,
Yeah.
and the thing that he said is, it wasn't the Cynthia Lomas bill, it was a new bill that I think came out 2 days ago. He held it up and said, it's only 2 pages long. Every senator is going to be able to read that, and every Bitcoin maximalist and DeFi maximalist should be in support of regulation because it means growth, it means bringing in institutional investors. So
That's
back to the
interesting.
point,
Yeah, that's
how many projects are not complying with KYC, AML, CFT? Probably a lot of them. But those are also likely the projects that aren't looking to get on a US exchange, looking to get institutional money to be brought in, or may be able to do an airdrop of a token to current token holders to then come into compliance and then start servicing other markets. So I would say the majority of projects out there have not gone through and done KYC correctly, but that doesn't mean it's bad.
Okay, so a project that has not done it correctly but wants to, what sort of timeline does it take for your company to help get them compliant?
Sure. After the fact, it's a bit difficult.
Is it?
You issue an
Because
asset
of the tokenomics.
because of tracking down people.
Fair
So
enough. That makes
up
sense.
front, if I was to issue an asset and you want to purchase that asset, I can gate the transfer by getting your name, address, maybe a photo of your identification and a photo of your mailing address on a bill somewhere. And I can gate giving you that token until I get that information. After the fact, it does get a bit more difficult.
Sure.
One, just what is the means, the mechanism to actually go out and find the owner of an account if you didn't collect the information up front? There might not be. So deriving other tokens, doing airdrops, shifting value to other assets, setting up these centralized gates to be able to get information from people is necessary. And we're seeing a lot of projects do that. I spoke to a project, they're a Miami-based project.
Okay.
And they want,
Can you give their name, or are they still a secret?
I think they're still secret.
Well, if they're a secret, we don't want to.
Generally,
Yes.
they're taking an asset and they're minting 1,000 NFTs that represent ownership of that asset.
Okay.
And we're doing the KYC and we're gating that. So we get information from a purchaser, we take the USDT to purchase, and then we can gate the distribution of that token. But once it's out there, even if it's not traded on a centralized exchange, you can put it on Uniswap and any purchaser can pick that up.
Gotcha.
So the question that their lawyer asked me was, well, at what point should we consider that we've done everything in our power to make sure that we're complying? Because they're a US-based company doing a US-based asset, and they want to make sure that in perpetuity that they have everything covered. And it comes down to the way that they're distributing funds and architecting their product. What I suggested to them is, well, there's two ways to give yield to a token holder. One is airdrop it to them. You know their address. You know all of the addresses of who are holding that token. Give it to them. You pay fees up front. Of course, that's just the economics of it. But you can set up a website to claim rewards.
And that's where you collect the
And
KYC.
that's where you can set up that centralized gate. Imagine another smart contract that you connect via a website where you connect your MetaMask as a dApp and input it in, prove that you own an asset, and then have a distribution. In that workflow that I just described, you can put in a KYC checklist workflow, which we have a product for. We just shove it into your financial workflow in your product on your website.
So anyone listening that maybe has not already launched a token, but is going down that path, what sort of lead time do they need to factor in if they want to hire you, bring you on board to do things right?
Sure. We typically try to keep an engagement as in a 6-month time frame. And that's from first sitting down and understanding where the project's at. We really think of ourselves as an incubator, not unlike Y Combinator in Silicon Valley for Web 2 companies. Companies come in at any point of maturity, but we know where the endpoint is, making sure that their product, their marketing, their finance, and their legal is all buttoned up and ready to be put in front of a potential investor or token purchaser, and then doing the token launch, collection of funds, and eventually getting them listed. That whole process is 6 months.
Fair enough.
The time to actually getting purchasers and tokens launched, roughly about 2 months. And that's a lot of making sure your legal entities are set up, in the jurisdictions that make sense for the type of product that you're selling, setting up the repatriation of funds back to your operating company, all the legal,
Yeah.
getting everything set.
There's a lot of boxes to check.
There
Now,
is.
the other side of your business, can you talk a little bit about the exchange and what's going on there from the consumer side?
Sure. Yeah, and it's kind of funny because there are two very separate products. They both fall under the umbrella of Tassin is a crypto compliance company in the
Yeah.
US. We raised our initial capital to build a crypto exchange. And the knowledge we amassed is eventually how we came up with this accelerator program. But our core product, we raised $20 million to build a crypto exchange that is a combination of the benefits from a centralized exchange like Coinbase and decentralized exchanges like Uniswap.
So there's, is it an additional safety measure that one gets because if you're on a centralized exchange, security could be an issue?
Yeah, centralized exchanges are definitely a good entry point for people coming into the space who want to use a product like what they've seen before. Let's say your 401ks and Charles Schwab, you're familiar with logging in, wiring money in, and purchasing assets. The centralized crypto exchanges do take custody of your asset, which is not bad per se, but does introduce a lot more risk into your investment strategy. Having a centralized company that is at risk of default, at risk of malpractice, at risk of getting hacked or government intervention does layer on a bit of risk to the investment that you're making. The total other end of the spectrum are decentralized exchanges where you keep custody of your asset, post trades onto a blockchain, and get matched and do a transfer. Those are slow, expensive, getting faster, getting cheaper, but also have difficulties with cross-chaining. We're rolling together the benefits of the centralized, decentralized, and cross-chaining into one platform without bridging assets to a third-party chain, without doing a lot of the architectures we've seen that have been subject to attack. Problem is the mathematics are very hard on it, and setting up this infrastructure and decentralized settlement layer is a lot of work.
Absolutely. But do you have a timeline when you anticipate you'll be ready to roll that out, or is it out? Where are you at along?
We are about 18 months into a 24-month development cycle
Very good.
to get to beta. So end of this year, you will see beta of this infrastructure.
Oh,
starting off with one pair of assets, then starting to grow. There is substantial work to bring on each chain as
Sure.
we go through this.
Well, but how did you personally get into crypto?
It's not like everybody else where you read about it and got thrown in because you heard about how great Bitcoin is
Yeah.
or the democratic nature of money. I studied engineering in school, and I went to the University of Waterloo. The BlackBerry campus and my university campus were basically conjoined. My earliest internships I spent at BlackBerry and got really deep into the crypto mathematics of encrypting messages to be run through an operations center then out to individual BlackBerries.
That's brilliant.
So I remember being an intern, having these cryptography books slapped down in front of me and having to learn all of it. And then fast forward 5-6 years, I spent a lot of time building communication products with cryptography. So when the markets started to build DeFi, build real world products on the back of Bitcoin, on the back of Ethereum, they were looking for people who had the general mathematical understanding of what was happening.
And I would wager that's a fairly small pool.
It's a small pool. And this was 2016 I came into the space. And I came in, and of course, we were building at the time an exchange settlement system. Are you familiar with the colored coin architecture?
I'm not.
Encoding messages in Bitcoin transactions, basically.
Okay.
Very rudimentary. This was before people were writing complex smart contracts in Solidity on Ethereum. We were doing this, and it was so early. Conferences like the one we're at today the topic was, do you know how a blockchain works? Everybody on stage was talking about the mechanics of hashing and putting the hash of a block to the next block. When's the last time you've been to a Bitcoin conference or a crypto conference recently that anybody's talked about the actual mathematics?
That's true.
It's
That's
been at least 3 or 4 years for me.
fallen by the wayside.
So I think it is a small pool of people who have come from these other applications of crypto who have come in. But I do believe that it's useful. Tackling the logistics and mathematical problems of the infrastructure we're building, I couldn't have done it without a deep background in crypto.
Absolutely. I love hearing your story. I love what Tassin is doing. We're thrilled that you took some time to sit down and explain it to us, because compliance is not something that people talk about nearly enough. And for greater adoption, there needs to be more companies looking into your service. Bud, I appreciate it. Thank you
Brian.
so much. Hello, welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm thrilled to be with Erica Gemma of TimeLock Ventures. How are you today?
Doing really well. How about you?
I'm doing wonderfully. I very much enjoy talking with people about Bitcoin and crypto.
Yeah.
You know a lot of things.
Yeah.
Tell me a little about TimeLock Ventures.
So TimeLock Ventures is a venture fund that is meant to invest into different blockchain companies. We prefer, I would say, infrastructure plays. So the picks and the shovels of the gold mining world, if you want to make that synonym.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah, analogy, yeah.
Fantastic. And how many startups, how many groups have you worked with?
So it's interesting because when I had the Bitcoin Center, which we'll talk about in a little bit,
Sure.
I feel like I was like this incubator and I was already trying to help companies build. And now in this case, I think I'm kind of trying how good I am as a real VC. So I've got a couple companies and I'm starting off slow. And if they do well, then I can continue to fuel my passion for building companies.
That's brilliant. And I understand that your passion started with education.
Yeah.
You had mentioned the Miami, I've forgotten the name, I
So
apologize.
Miami Bitcoin Center, Miami
Yes.
Blockchain Center. Yeah.
Yes, that was something that you started.
Mhm.
Can you tell us a little bit about its history and what the goal of the center was?
Yeah, so we opened in 2019. Nick Spanos, who opened up the first Bitcoin Center in New York years ago, was my business partner in opening that, as well as Scott Spiegel. And I mean, the goal was to just become this educational hub. And it really was this catalyst for Miami to become the crypto capital. And it was a 6,000 square foot place, co-working, office, events, incubator space.
Brilliant.
And it was just great because people would come into town for events or just because it's Miami, and if they were crypto focused, then they would have a place that they could call home, a place that they could visit. I mean, we had so much Bitcoin art on the walls. We had like 4 different Bitcoin ATMs lined up next to each
Wow.
other. We would have random people walk in and just learn about Bitcoin. But the real thing was education. But the part that was cool was that I was the first person in Miami to throw large scale regular events for locals, right?
Oh.
Yeah, and so I mean, it got a lot of good feedback from the different organizations. So when we opened up, Mayor Suarez did a ribbon cutting ceremony for us. He said Bitcoin on stage. That weekend, Bitcoin went above $10,000. So it was like, okay. I mean, I knew it wasn't me, but it was the
you. It was
energy.
absolutely you. All the credit. That's brilliant.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's just like the energy around people saying, "Wow, this is real." I remember. I mean, the room was completely packed, but it was cool because the Downtown Development Authority, the Beacon Council, the different chambers of commerce, they were all interested in seeing what it was that this new technology was about. And I think it was seeing the people in the room, that they're pretty intelligent, very well mannered. They have some money to spend. It really attracted the politicians to continue to listen. And now here we are in Miami. That's the crypto capital of the Americas.
It is wonderful. If you've not been to Miami, certainly come down here for the crypto and the Art Deco. It's absolutely beautiful. You have an interesting story about how, I guess it would be the motivation that made you look into crypto.
Yeah.
Can you tell the folks about how you decided to get into it?
Yeah, Ron Paul 2012. That was the campaign that I had worked on when I was a teenager. And it's just, some people come for the Lambo and they stay for the revolution, right? So,
Sure.
Which is what I love about crypto, is that people come because they see this opportunity to make money, and then they realize, oh my gosh, what's wrong with the money system? And they start to learn, and they never would have learned otherwise. But I was the type of person who knew it was wrong with the money system because of the Ron Paul campaign, because he ran the End the Fed movement, which was just to expose the Federal Reserve. And then I learned about Bitcoin because of it.
I remember that campaign, and I do not remember who I supported back then, but I do remember him talking about the Fed Reserve. That was what stuck out in my mind from that time. Now, it didn't for me, I didn't connect the dots, but people here are connecting the dots. They're folks that have come to learn about it. I guess newer folks are probably here as well. Where do you see the crypto community going in Miami? It's going to continue to grow, but do you have some vision of Miami in 5 years?
I just don't hope that we don't become like San Francisco. That's it. I really think it's going to grow on its own.
Sure.
Miami has this Latin American influence very heavily. It's the number one place for, like, there's this joke that says, what's your favorite city in Latin America? And it's Miami, right? A lot of
I hadn't heard that joke. I like it.
Yeah, a lot of international business gets done here. And this is also why Miami was quick to adopt, is because what you see people that understand Bitcoin from a needs-based perspective, because they left countries where the fiat currency already imploded. They understand hyperinflation because they've lived it. And so when they see something like Bitcoin, they're like, okay, I get it. In America, sometimes people, they don't get it because,
we've never had hyperinflation.
Exactly.
Kids today don't probably know what hyperinflation means.
Yeah, they will now.
They will
They
now.
will now. Yeah, things are getting really expensive.
Things are getting expensive, and I think this year has been pivotal in getting exposure out about the need for Bitcoin. It started with what happened up in Canada with Trudeau.
Mhm.
And then immediately on the cusp of that, we have the Super Bowl and the great Coinbase debacle with the QR code floating across the screen and crashing the site, which turned out to be a PR bonanza because everybody talked about it.
Mhm.
And we immediately go into Russia invading Ukraine.
Mhm.
This is all people are talking about. And so do you, from your conversations in your circle of friends, see 2022 as the pivotal year? When we look back in 10 years and say this was the year where the world decided it was worthwhile?
I think that the real pivotal moment that we're going to see is when CBDCs rise up, and CBDCs and Bitcoin almost compete, right? Because
Yeah.
Bitcoin is a freedom money. No one can force you to have Bitcoin. And a lot of people are afraid of the digital money system that's coming up. And it's central bank digital currencies, right? And
Yes.
they're already coming out with them. Jerome Powell says it's inevitable. It's just a matter of time. You've got like 16 different countries that are already sending theirs out. China, their digital yuan, already out, already circulating. And yes, global calamity is good for Bitcoin, but what we're seeing is that it's also going to rise up this system where CBDCs are going to be more used, and like they're going to distribute our stimulus checks via CBDC. So I don't want to say the adoption of Bitcoin, but I'm going to say the adoption of blockchain technology and digital money is, yes, 2022 for sure.
Absolutely. Well, with CBDCs, maybe this is, I don't know that I would say fear mongering, but I, as a consumer, don't necessarily want a government entity that could decide that I've had enough pizzas for the month. Is that a real concern, or is that just me being overly cautious?
I would say that it is a real concern, and it's probably not going to do with your eating decisions. It's probably going to be more with who you associate with, who you buy from. Do they toe the line of acceptable thought, right? You already see it on social media. If you are someone that says something that's contrary to what's popular, they'll kick you off. And because they have that level of control. And with the money system, they do kick people off, but it's a lot more difficult, I would say, in the current system we have. But if you have a CBDC and there's a wallet address that's attached to everybody, it'd be much easier to, close people's accounts. It would be much easier to control the velocity of money. So let's say that not even that where are you spending, but how fast are you spending your money? Okay, I'm going to give you a stimulus check, your UBI, whatever, and you have 2 months to spend it. And if you don't spend it, I'm going to take it away from you. And so
that's terrifying.
Exactly.
Because people have different needs.
Yeah. And that's the thing about blockchain and anything can be used for good. It can be used for evil. And you're seeing with blockchain, this opportunity to be used for real good, for the individual to take their power back in the arts, in money, in so many different industries. But you're also seeing the level of control that is possible by the people that already control us. It's going to be more than we know now.
Well, that's one thing that I like about the community, is that it's incredibly diverse. People come from a wide array of backgrounds all over the world, but we all agree that freedom is a pretty great thing.
It's interesting because it used to be very much everybody was a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, very freedom-minded, but it's changing. And that concerns me a little bit, but that's what's going to happen.
How do you see it changing? Where's the shift going, and what is your biggest concern?
Yeah, I would say that the freedom-mindedness is not there as much anymore. As it used to be. It used to be very pure freedom-minded, and now it's not, right? But that's fine, because as more people get involved, it's gonna. The diversity of thought is going to
Sure.
split. But it did start off very much like a political answer to a political problem we were having with the money system, and so I just want to always reiterate that the Genesis block, the first block of the Bitcoin blockchain references the second bailout of the banks. And that is why this started. Now, NFTs and everything that's popping up, it's cool. And I'm thankful that artists can now perpetually monetize on what they bring, on the value that they bring into the world. And that is going to be so good, because why is it, like, for example, like for me, why do we have such bad music out there? Right? It's because the people that have that control the gates to distribution of music, they make sure that the only music that gets out there to be popular is what fits the line, whatever they're only allowed to promote, which music is just so horrible nowadays. I feel like it is. Whatever is mainstream is, right? Now, if an individual can directly bypass those producers or the recording companies, and they can directly touch and monetize off of their followers, like, this is exciting, right? I mean, in Web 2, Instagrams, Twitters, you have followers, and someone might have 100,000 followers, but they're probably not making money on those people. And in Web 3, what you're seeing is that people are no longer going to be followers; they're going to be community members, and the ability to maintain, to track, and to monetize those relationships, it's just going to be much easier. So I am excited to see this shift, but also, we have to always be cautious, because it can be used both ways.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you taking some time out of your busy schedule here at Bitcoin 2022. It's been a wonderful conference thus far. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm Brian, and this is Eric with the Blockchain Education Network started at MIT. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to be the president of that group?
Sure. It's very interesting. So I was involved in the MIT Bitcoin Club back in 2014. I was an undergraduate there, and it was a very cool initiative that they did called the MIT Bitcoin Airdrop. So in 2014, they airdropped $100 worth of Bitcoin to every MIT student on campus.
Wow.
And Bitcoin was $200 at the time. So every student got half a Bitcoin. Now, every student was like, hey, $300. I'm going to go cash out, and whatever. But the students that held on to it formed the initial cohort of the MIT Bitcoin Club. And from there, it grew, right? It just became more prevalent over the years. We started throwing the MIT Bitcoin Expo. We brought in Jeremy Allaire from Circle to come and give the first talk there. So it really like exposed me to Bitcoin early on. And then I learned that there was actually other blockchain clubs at other universities. And there was a network of blockchain clubs called the Blockchain Education Network. So that was founded by Jeremy Gardner. And he brought together the clubs from MIT, from Michigan, from Stanford to kind of form this network of, you know, university students helping each other out.
Okay, so I wasn't entirely accurate. The Bitcoin Education or the Blockchain Education Network wasn't founded at MIT. MIT was a part of the original groups that were combined.
Yes, it was.
I don't want to get misinformation out there.
No, it's fine. It was one of the founding chapters. And so, you know, the idea behind it is that it's a decentralized network, right? There's students helping other students with education.
So how many, I don't know how many students are in a class at MIT, but if everybody received half a Bitcoin in airdrop, how many of those students joined your group right away that decided to hold on to it and learn more?
It was very small. I mean, it was a couple of dozen, you know.
So
like,
most of the campus thought it's $100. I'll go buy pizza.
Yeah, go buy. Well, actually, it's interesting because the experiment, and there's a whole study that was written about it. It wasn't just like, hey, free Bitcoin. It was like it was very intentional. So at the same time, the MIT Bitcoin Club also went to restaurants around Boston to get them to start accepting Bitcoin. They say, hey, we just gave all these students free Bitcoin. Get your pizza place to start accepting Bitcoin. They're going to come by and order pizza. And it worked for a little bit. You know, they would go and they'd try it, but it was kind of like a novelty. Like it was difficult because every time there were new waiters, they would have to train them on like accepting Bitcoin. So it kind of went away. There wasn't as much infrastructure. I think if something like that were to happen now, there's a lot more infrastructure for that kind of thing. You know, all the companies that are here at the conference, there's a lot of payment processors, a lot of like exchanges, a lot of fiat on-ramps where you could trade your dollars for Bitcoin. There's more Bitcoin ATMs in places. So I think something like that makes a lot more sense now. There it was way ahead of its time. So, you know, most students were like, oh, I can't find a use for this. So let me just cash out at the time.
And I bet any of them that are listening may have some regrets.
Yeah.
That's an interesting story. I'd not heard about it. I understand that you have, through your own dealings, become pretty good at helping people avoid scams.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about some of the things that a new person who maybe is listening would need to know?
Yeah, so I gave a talk about this a few days ago at Miami NFT Week. One of the things that we try to focus on is, how to avoid scams, because it doesn't matter if you want to be involved in blockchain as a career or as a hobby. You kind of need to join. You kind of need to be aware, and you kind of need to educate yourself because of the scams, right? Like it's like money. Like everybody uses money. Like it's not like VR, right? You could avoid VR, you could avoid AI, you have your thing. You're not a lawyer, you're not a doctor, but you can't avoid Bitcoin. Like you can't avoid like you're gonna encounter it in your daily life. So it is something everyone has to be aware of. We try to teach a lot for people to, always whenever you get an ad, for example, like try to avoid that. Like, oh, they're paying for an ad, and why are they doing that, right? There's a lot of scams that get through the ads. A lot of people create fake accounts impersonating other, real cryptocurrency companies. I actually get a lot of impersonators on Instagram. I had to take my Instagram private. I even have friends that have sent money to these impersonators pretending to be me, messaging people about crypto investment opportunities. So
that's a terrifying story right there, because even though you're not at fault, there has to be a level of feeling badly for your friends that got tricked.
Oh yeah, I mean, I took my Instagram private. I'm like, becoming an influencer is not worth it if my friends are going to get scammed for it. So figure out another way to accomplish, that same goal. And then I also help my friends. Like if they tell me that they got hacked, or they tell me that I got scammed, right? Because they sent money. So I help them track it down. I'm like, let's look at the website, even though it's gone. You can go on the Google, you can go on the Wayback Machine and see when it was still up, and then you get them. You get the contact info. Figure out the who is from the domain name. There's a lot of things you can do. You send them a bit.ly with a tracker, and they click on that link. Now you have their IP address. You report that to the authorities. But not everyone knows how to do that. I was a computer science student, so I'm like aware of how to do that. So I try to help my friends when I can.
Well, I think that's a big part of the current state of bringing the world into crypto, is truly understanding what blockchain means, the transparency, and how do you, when you run across somebody new that isn't familiar with Bitcoin, other than the name, how do you bring them in? What do you tell them should be their first step?
So there's a pre 2021 answer and there's a post 2021.
Well, let's get both answers.
So-
that
so the-
sounds interesting. to
Yeah,
me.
so it is. It's an interesting shift. So the pre 2021 answer is blockchain was very much like a financial infrastructure technology, right? Like we're creating rails to create new financial services that are accessible, inclusive. Taking banking the unbanked. In other countries, people they can't get bank account. In some countries, you can't get a bank account if you have the wrong last name, right? There's like lots of bias. Even here in the U.S., like women were not allowed to have credit scores until like the 1960s, 1970s. So it's very recent. It's like these financial institutions are very like archaic. With blockchain, everybody has access to everything. You can transact, you finance. Is like the freedom of financialization, just like the internet was a freedom of information.
Sure.
So a lot of people that joined and wanted to get educated came from that perspective. Like I have these strong principles, or I want to work in finance, or I want to work in this infrastructure. What's really interesting post 2021 is that NFTs really became very big. They already existed for like a while, but they really got into the public eye. So we've actually had a lot more students come join our network that are coming from the creative side, right? So like they're artists or they're musicians, and they're looking at it as like, oh, here's a new way that I can express myself. Here's a new medium for me to create in, and it's a much more sustainable, monetizable way for me to make an income.
Yes, Beeple's 5,000 days when it sold at Christie's, 69 million, 69.4, somewhere in there,
9 million, yeah.
$69 million. That's a great thing for artists when that shows for those who maybe aren't familiar with the NFT, it's an artist named Beeple who spent 5,000 days making art every single day. And he created one NFT that was a compilation of those. And that sold at Christie's Art House for $69 million. How many struggling artists out there never get a chance, but through the democratization of blockchain, have their opportunity to reach the world? So when these artists come in, I remember early on, it's scary the first time you're moving money to a wallet.
Yeah.
Because we don't necessarily understand that receive addresses can change. And so what are some of the fears you're seeing from new folks that are entering the space?
I think it's about, like the private key management. How do I create a wallet? How do I get Ethereum? How do I get, these currencies in there? We have a lot of classes around that. We have our online courses on our platform that we teach anybody, right? People can join, students can join, about how to manage a wallet, how to create your first wallet, how to load it up with Bitcoin, load it up with Ethereum, and we translate it to different languages, so it's even more accessible for people.
That's brilliant. What sort of languages have you translated it into?
We translated it to Turkish, Portuguese, Italian, Spanish. I actually teach our Spanish classes. So I live in Puerto Rico,
Okay.
and I've been running workshops at the Boys and Girls Clubs of Puerto Rico to teach students, kids like 13 to 18, how to mint art NFTs. So the first half of the class, they would like do art, and then the second half, they would take a photo, and then we show them how to mint it. And now they're student artists; they can sell it. They can sell it online. There's a way to make income as a student, pay for college, pay for expenses, help your family out.
That the next generation is truly the key. I interviewed a gentleman earlier today who was working with schools in Africa where they are teaching children art, and then they're turning it into NFTs.
I want to talk to this guy. I want to know.
I will introduce
Yes.
you off camera. That sounds fantastic.
Perfect.
So what's next for the Blockchain Education Network?
I think that, we're really focused on fundraising now, and we're really focused on scaling. And the way that we want to scale is through our ambassador network. So we are creating not just courses that people can come and take on their own, but we're creating lesson plans. So like these are, for teachers, right? Like someone who comes to us and wants to teach a workshop at their local university or the local club or their local, even like a library or community center. So we want to be able to provide them with all the tools that they need. Like the presentations and the language that they need it in, if they need specific type of content, that the structure of like how to do the event. And then we really want to prioritize that they take videos, right? And they capture the stories of the students that they're teaching. So that way we can showcase that. We have an interactive map on our website now where you can see like the bubbles of like every place that we've been and all of the students from all over and the stories of all the students from wherever they are.
Well, that's wonderful. So give me a sense for how many colleges have their own chapters. Is that the right term, chapter, if you're part of the network?
So we have chapters. We have about 86 chapters. These are blockchain clubs at different universities
Sure.
around the world. But through the ambassador network, we've enabled anybody to just come and join. And it's not pressure to start a club at your university, right? Or like start an organization. You can just join and start doing local meetups, at your local, like library, community center. So that way, that's one of the ways that we're planning on really, really scaling. So it's we want to be able to reach anybody, and we don't want to put the pressure on and say, oh, you got to start a chapter and do all this boring stuff. Just get right to the education.
Well, that makes sense. Is there an advantage to someone who's listening that maybe is at a college that is not one of the 86 and they want to start a chapter? Is they simply go to your site? Do you want to give the site so that folks, well, we may have it running in the crawler, I don't know. But where could folks find you so that they can start their own education?
Yeah, it's just Blockchain Education Network. That's at blockchainedu.org.
Okay.
So Blockchain Edu on Twitter and Instagram. So we're on all those platforms. You can follow us on all of those. Yeah, you go and you sign up, and then we give all the resources that you would need. We've set up blockchain clubs all over the world since 2014. So we've seen everything that could go wrong. Anything could go right, anything could go wrong. And that's why students keep coming back to us to learn, is because not only are you learning from like me or the material, but you're learning from the alumni and the alumni network. And that's also a great incentive for students at universities, is like when you're joining your local blockchain club or you're joining the network, is you're not just connecting with students from one university, you're connecting them with students from everywhere.
Do you mind telling us how many people are in the network?
So we have about 6,000 alumni that have gone through the program over the years.
Wow.
Currently on our Ben Learn platform, which is our e-learning portal where you go and take all the courses and sign up for events and everything. That has 1.6 thousand, 1,600 people.
And so anybody that's listening that wants to learn more about blockchain can go there, sign up, and take courses?
Yes.
Is there any cost to signing up?
For non-students, like working professionals, people that are already graduate, recent grads, it's $12 a month. And you get access to all the courses that are on there in every language, all the videos, all the events, the network, the job opportunities. We have a job board. There's always new postings. And for students, if we get enough signups of professionals or non-students, we're able to offer it for free for students. So when you go and pay as a working person, you sponsor a student. So you get to pay for someone else.
And is that one-to-one? Where if I later today go sign up, which is likely because this sounds fantastic,
I hope so, yeah.
Then a student somewhere at a school is going to benefit.
Yes. There's one-to-one. So
one-to-one. That is
every sign up that we get is another student that we can onboard as well.
I have $12 a month. I could absolutely do that. And in this world that we're living in now, that is, I believe, to be the future. I think every person, all the 30,000 here, believes Bitcoin is the future. Doesn't matter how hard you try, there's still more to learn.
Yes.
What do you think what is your vision of the future? That's kind of a broad question, but you know what? You may have an answer.
Yeah, well, I like virtual reality. My background is in VR development. I would create VR experiences for urban planners. So I really like the idea that, there's this idea that we were born too late to explore the world, right? Because the world has already been discovered at Columbus time. It was too early to explore the galaxy or the universe because we don't have like the space capabilities for that. But what's cool now is that we're at the perfect time to explore the metaverse, right? And what's cool about the metaverse, unlike the other, the world and the universe, is that we're creating it.
Absolutely.
So it's like we're creating this world that we can experience. And now as the technology gets better for like headsets or for like, gloves that like let you feel things inside the metaverse, it becomes more and more real. And with NFTs, now you have ownership as well. So you can actually like create things that you can own and you can like have that are yours. So I'm excited for that and like what we can create there. And I know it could get dystopian, like the Matrix, right?
Absolutely. But I'm right there with you. I love my VR headset.
Yes.
I made my living in the virtual world of Second Life 17 years ago.
Amazing.
Yeah,
yes.
it was incredible. And have you read Snow Crash? Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash. Snow Crash is brilliant. I read that 17, 18 years ago and have been waiting for the future to catch up. And I feel like we're there now. And so I just want to thank you. This has been wonderful. I really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us and tell us about the Blockchain Education Network.
All All right.
It was
Thank
wonderful.
you so much.
Thank you. Welcome back to Blockly TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and I'm with Kate from Coin Payments. They have a great tagline.
Crypto payments made easy.
In the crypto world, we all want it to be easier. This company, I believe, was founded 8-9 years ago.
Yeah, 2013.
One of the early companies in this space. Can you tell me how it came about?
So we are actually one of the leading payment crypto gateway in the space, and we are one of the first who actually started this. So we wanted to make for everyone payments easy. So that's why this is our tagline, crypto payments made easy. So what we do, we have two solutions. We have wallet, of course, but our major solution is crypto payment gateway for merchants. So whatever you sell, if you have an online store and you accept fiat currencies, you should as well accept cryptos.
Right.
And this is exactly my role as a marketer in Coin Payments, to deliver this message, to educate the market and support crypto payments adoption.
That's wonderful. How much benefit can a business get from moving into the crypto space? What's in it for them?
That's an excellent question, because this is exactly what we need to present to everyone who is stepping inside. So if you accept the crypto, first thing, it's an additional revenue. So it's more income, which is of course pleasant for any kind of business. Another thing is that crypto payments are fast. So basically the transaction is without any middlemen, and you can access your funds as well faster. So that as well leading to the fact that you can avoid chargebacks, right?
Sure.
So I have to just a little bit go back and speak that our usual banking industry is a little bit not in the sense of being, I would say, valuable for the audience in some senses, because there are a lot of payment providers in the middle. So crypto is exactly what it's doing, that it's removing this middle person processor. It's making payments faster. The fees are much cheaper than the credit cards, right?
People aren't aware that a business that allows you to use your MasterCard or your Visa has to pay
Three.
3%.
Sometimes even 3, yes.
3%. And so in this age where we're trying to be efficient, having crypto as a source, an easy payments made easy, is good for business.
Yeah.
I understand that you have some tips that you would like to share with folks.
Yeah.
Are these for businesses or are these for just consumers?
Well, if I have to do the recommendation for a merchant, so
Sure.
for the online store, of course, it's the first. If you accept the fiat currency, start accepting crypto. And with Coin Payments, we give you the possibility to accept around 120 coins, right? So of
very good.
course, inside is Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and so on. But I always recommend merchants, if they're too afraid of some other coins, just go with Bitcoin and Ethereum, and this will be a great start.
So just to make sure I
Yeah.
understand, when a business comes to you and they say, yes, we're ready to learn about crypto and get it set up, but we're afraid of this coin over here, then they get to pick which ones they allow.
Yeah, they can enable this function.
That's
So
brilliant.
basically, we support 120 coins, but if you are a merchant and you want to accept crypto, you can choose which coins would you like to actually accept.
How long is the process? If a merchant reaches out to you today, how long does it take him or her to start accepting? Let's say there's a pizza place that today wants to get into crypto.
Yeah.
How quickly can they be up and running?
So if, for example, we speak, let's say a pizza place,
Yeah.
right? When we speak about point of sale,
Sure.
basically the setup is less than like a day. If
Oh, really?
I mean, everything is all right in terms of that you have a mobile device, right? So
Yeah,
everyone
we all do.
has Android or, iPhone, iOS. So basically you download the app, you pass through KYC, and then if you have any issue, we have, of course, our support service. You can contact us, but setup is really easy. So
That's absolutely brilliant.
it's made it. Of course, when it comes to e-commerce as a website, we support some major e-commerce engines, but of course we have an API, so you can integrate. If you have some big platform and there is some custom integration, of course it can take some time.
That's reasonable.
but we are here to make it happen because we just would like to support crypto payments adoption.
Well, we appreciate that because I think everybody at the conference wants crypto to become more mainstream.
Yeah.
How many businesses do you have worldwide?
Well, we have more than 100,000 merchants.
Wow.
Yeah, that already accept crypto. So we are happy to welcome more on board.
That is fantastic. How many countries are there? Well, actually, I would rather know, are there countries where you think the demand would be good, but the current administration of the country is not pro crypto?
Yeah.
How do you deal with the countries that don't like us?
So to be honest, with crypto, it's a lot about regulations,
Yes.
and there are countries like El Salvador, right? And there are
Everybody loves El Salvador.
Yes, so we all want to go to El Salvador to buy a coffee,
Yes.
right? However, if we have markets that are like restricted, but we have markets that are really on the rise, like for example, Brazil or Latin market. This is something that's
They're all getting on board.
yeah, that's getting on board. The market is huge. They are going much faster into the crypto payment adoption, right?
That's brilliant.
So Canada is a great market. Yeah, now we are focusing on Europe as well. So India is potentially a huge market.
Well, yeah,
So
over a
let's
billion
see.
people, give or take.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
yeah.
absolutely brilliant. Is there anything else that we should know about your company or what your vision is for the future?
So regarding the vision, of course, is supporting crypto payments adoption and welcoming more and more merchants and educate them that crypto payments are really easy and you can step in and create additional brand awareness about your brand. Me as a marketer, I want to just say this message loud to everyone who is in blockchain crypto space and you have your company. It's super important to take care of your branding and your presence, as well as corporate branding and personal branding. Because if we want to sell, we need to be presented online very strong and
Yeah.
with the right fundamentals. So the way brand works is that we need to speak out correctly in the sense of what our solution is doing. So blockchain for many people is so complicated, right?
It is. It's
And
scary
when-
for the masses
Yeah.
who have just heard the term Bitcoin, but the first time you go in and have to figure out a wallet, it's terrifying because
Yeah.
you hear the stories of, oh, if you get the address wrong, your money
Yes.
disappears. So
Yeah. So when it comes to marketing, I always say like we use TV, but we don't know how the TV is working when
Yes.
we press on. So we don't need to go that deep about blockchain and explain, but we need to deliver through the marketing the value to the customer. So what actually are you doing? What is your why? Why people with their fear they have to go and have to try. So what I am seeing is a huge ecosystem and big potential for many talents from all over the world joining the blockchain and crypto space and all these projects. And that's why if you are in this talent pool, you need to set up your personal brand. It means optimizing your profile on a LinkedIn, sharing valuable content education on a daily basis. When it comes to corporate brand, is to set up the lead generation, demand generation campaigns, which of course might be exactly the challenges for the marketers to deliver that message simple in this landing page. But that's exactly what they have to do in order to sell and in order to deliver that message. And of course, social media presence, because that speaks for the fact that your company is actually alive, you exist, and this is why people have to follow you, believe you, and understand what actually you're doing through this content.
that's wonderful. I really like the point you made about an individual.
Yeah.
Just a person off the street needs to set up their own brand.
Yeah.
That's how they're going to be better prepared for moving into this future.
Yeah.
Well, I want to tell you, I really appreciate you taking the time, Kate, to talk with us today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
It was a joy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to that terrible opening. I've been doing this all day, and this is the first one I've blown. But stay with me. Blockster TV. I'm here with Brian. I'm also Brian. He's with a company called Milo, who's doing some incredibly interesting stuff in the real estate mortgage space. Can you give us an overview of how Milo works?
Yeah, long story short, what we're trying to do is just help the existing crypto investor get access to real estate without having to sell their crypto.
That is brilliant, because we all understand that the crypto investments we've made have enormous potential over time. There's volatility day to day, but most, I don't know if it's most, but many investors they buy and hold. But if you built up that pile of money and you'd like to have a house.
Yeah, we're very much trying to help the hodler.
The
right?
hodler, exactly.
Right? So what we're doing is we're helping those investors to pledge their collateral to us.
Mhm.
We'll finance up to 100% of that house or multifamily building up to 4 units with actual fiat. We'll send that into escrow in place of the crypto. And at that point, the borrower just makes normal monthly payments to us like their experiences are with any other real estate
Sure.
loan. And we're able to release that collateral back to them as long as they're performed on their loan. So they make their monthly payments, they pay our loan back, we send back all of the crypto back to them, no matter what the price is 10 years from now.
That's one of the brilliant things about crypto, is because it's a separate unit. And so whether you're staking or doing an investment, because it is sort of an investment, it is exactly an investment. You're getting a property that you believe has value, or you think it's cute so you can live in it. But you don't have to worry about the fluctuation of the value of the dollar, and your coins are still growing, hopefully, for hodlers. It's absolutely genius.
And I think there's a lot of real estate, or I think there's a lot of people who want to get access to real estate, but right now they're saying, I can't buy real estate because my belief in my crypto is so strong that it's going to be 2x, 3x, 20x from where
Fear
it
of
is
missing
today.
out.
It's going to be so high in the future that I cannot buy real estate today. It's not financially prudent for me to do that.
That's absolutely the way my mind works now. Since I have become knee deep into the whole crypto space, learning about it every day, is that I now look at the cost of a new pair of shoes in terms of Bitcoin and value in 6 months. Can I get more time out of these shoes? Every decision now is about the future. And I think that's a healthy thing, because I buy less stupid things today than I did before I was investing in crypto.
Well, and the other thing is that if you wanted to purchase whatever that item was, you had to liquidate your crypto in order to purchase it. You still have the capital gains tax associated with that. So if you're buying something for $100, it's really $130, $150, depending on where you are from a tax standpoint.
That is brilliant. I hadn't considered the capital gains part, which, for those who may not know about capital gains, it's investments where you've held them for over a year. Is that correct?
I mean, you have short-term capital gains, which is something that's under a year.
Okay.
And then you have long-term capital gains, and those are two.
But either one,
taxed
you're paying
differently.
taxes. And if you have bought crypto today that you want to hold for 20 years, the benefits are extraordinary. So we were talking earlier. Well, I had another question that popped in my head, and I'm going to ask it before I forget it. In your system, where people put up the coins as collateral, does that make the process easier? Because I know getting a mortgage, through a traditional bank, fiat currency, there's an enormous amount of red tape. There's pain and anguish. It's stressful for everyone. Is it easier through Milo?
Yeah, if we can backtrack to where Milo started, Milo was started with, it was predicated off of being able to provide a crypto mortgage. And we decided to start with a foreign national buyer to serve an underserved community. And we built processes and systems in place to be able to service those customers. So today we've been able to originate about $100 million worth of loans for those borrowers. And now that we have this system in place, and we're able to deliver on the crypto side of the mortgage, because we're able to just add in this extra feature into it. And so now we're able to serve the underserved community of crypto investors who traditionally can't get loans right now for homes because Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, they don't like crypto investors.
So with what you're providing, nobody is going to want to go through a traditional loan because of the value, the avoiding the capital gains tax, holding on to your investment. And I would think for people who are real estate investors out buying duplexes, apartment buildings, this is a godsend.
Yeah, I mean there's two big plays going on here. There's if you were to purchase real estate with your crypto, you would have to liquidate it to cover the down payment, or to purchase the property in all, or to pay the property in all cash. But yeah, you'd incur the taxes associated with that. And then as soon as you put that money into the real estate, now you've lost out on all of the opportunity cost for it to continue to grow long term.
Wow,
and so now we're providing the ability to own crypto and real estate, let the two appreciate. They're completely different industries, not tied together, right? And you're getting diversification in your portfolio.
That is
really excited about it.
That is exciting. And you mentioned that you've already serviced $100 million in loans, which is a big number. You may have mentioned it. I apologize if we've already discussed. What year did you begin?
We started 3 years ago.
3 years.
3 years ago, and that was really building out our foreign national product, helping investors all over the world to be able to purchase properties in the United States. And so now we're a team of about 50 people between our developers, our originators, processors, all these pieces.
How long did it take to go from, hey, this is the start, to being able to handle the first customer?
I mean, we were able to. I mean, that's probably a 6 months to a year.
I believe
to be able to get that going. I mean, there's all the licensing involved in it.
Sure.
There's all the regulations that you have to follow. There's the housing regulations, crypto or not crypto. There's a ton of housing regulations that need to be followed. So, I mean, we're having to really pay attention to a lot of that with compliance.
That's amazing. So when one says you've serviced $100 million in loans, it's not in 3 years. There was a year where you were building it out, and so you're just absolutely crushing it.
I mean, yeah, we've been able to service a lot of those customers. What we're really excited about now is bringing the new product of the crypto mortgage to the community. We had a waiting list of about 7,000 people for this product, and when we released it, it continued to grow, and now we're at about 8,000 people.
If anyone listening is interested in a crypto mortgage, Milo.com, is that how they find you?
Milo Credit.
MiloCredit.com. I'm glad that I asked that. I understand, I know you're incredibly busy right now with servicing the existing customer base. And you also mentioned that you have ideas for other products. What do you think the timeline is for, I mean, can you get caught up? Because it feels to me like the world is getting aware of this so quickly that this may be the one thing you do for a long time, or is it just, is it hard to scale, I guess is
I
the
think
question
that
I was going for.
I don't think it's going to be difficult for us to scale because it's adding more people to handle the demand coming in, handling more processors. That was what was so big about us having a full system in place. If we had just come out the gate starting a crypto mortgage, there's the processors, the underwriters, the closers, the originators. I mean, there's all these people that need to learn all of this new process. Right now, we already have that in place. So it's just a easy training to let them know a little bit more about crypto.
Sure.
And now the product's up and running. So scaling is not going to be the problem. I think handling all of the incoming demand and just making sure we're getting back to all of our customers and treating them well.
How did you get, I'm always interested in marketing. How did you get the word out initially? Did you start with the one customer? You said you were the foreign clientele. Was it word of mouth, or what method have you used?
Well, to get the crypto mortgage out was actually, I mean, the crypto community can be amazing for you, or it can be terrible for you. If they embrace you, it's amazing. And so since we are solving this massive problem of not being able to purchase real estate and incurring the capital gains tax associated with it, they've very much embraced us. And so if you look us up online, we have tons and tons of interviews with our CEO. I mean, he's constantly doing interviews right now with all kinds of publications. So
what's his name? Let's get him.
Joseph.
Okay, very good. And so, for those that are interested and want to learn more, presumably these interviews are on your site, on YouTube. How do they find
Yeah,
these
I mean,
interviews?
you can type in Milo. You can type in Milo into Google, and you'll see all kinds of things. You can type in crypto mortgage into Google, and you'll see Milo everywhere on it.
So again, just to understand, because I think the people listening, there's somebody right now that's interested. It's a little bit of a wait list. If somebody signs up today, what sort of lag time will it be before they're going to be able to really
Well,
dig in?
we actually removed the wait list. So I think as soon as we released this, we got a ton of press. We had a ton of interest that came out. And then it came to a place where, hey, we need to execute.
Yeah.
And so now we're at a place where we are executing. We have closed business in this product. We have a ton of business that's in our system and processing right now. And it's just continuing to flow in. So I can be reached right now on my cell phone. People can text into me. That's going to be the best way to reach me, because I'm doing calls from 5 a.m. in the morning till 5 p.m. at night is my last call.
That's
and
brilliant.
It's every single day. I'm reaching out on weekends. So we're very much.
It's near the end of the day. Brian still looks fresh and ready to go.
I'm ready. I'm excited.
That's awesome. I'm going to throw a little different question, not specific to real estate, but it's something that I think about a lot. How would you describe the crypto lifestyle as it applies to you?
I'm very excited about it, because I think when you get skin in the game into it, it opens up a rabbit hole of studying more. When you start to see your first bit of gains in it, then you start researching a little bit more, allocating a little bit more money to it. And then you kind of get addicted to the investment side. And I've always been a huge fan of financial intelligence. And it opens up, if you go real deep into the rabbit hole, you start to see a lot of the problems that are getting solved with it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And underlying flaws in certain things. And so it's just the education side of things where I've become a lot more intelligent. And I've also learned how little I know because of it.
Well, I think that's a feeling that everyone has, even those of us working in the industry every single day, often 7 days a week, is that we wake up every morning and new stuff happened while we were sleeping.
Yeah.
It's exciting, yet 1.3% of the world owns crypto right now. What is it going to be like when it's 10%? I mean, even getting to that number, it's a massive change. And I don't know when, we're nowhere near the tipping point.
100%. But I'm getting more and more excited at the fact that you can speak openly about crypto now and say Bitcoin, and they're not laughing at you anymore.
Yes.
And that was not the case a while. I mean, I've only been involved heavily since 2018. So I know people who've been in it since the very beginning, and you don't want to say it because people are going to laugh at you. And now, it's normal.
my mother invests in crypto, and I won't give her age on air because it's possible that mom's watching, which would be awesome. It's getting past that learning curve, getting people comfortable, because unlike anything I can remember in my life, this is a great thing that is incredibly scary to get into, because you hear the stories. If you lose your seed phrase, everything's gone. It's so terrifying. But after you've been in it for a little while, you start to get comfortable. You realize you're not going to mess up your wallet address and all of this stuff. And so I imagine you deal with that all the time. Brian, I want to thank you. This was fantastic.
Yeah, it was great.
I really
Thank
like
you.
what you're doing. I'm going to look into the site.
Absolutely.
And the next property I bought, well, I would, from this moment on, I would never consider getting a traditional loan again.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
Correct.
This is fantastic. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank
that was
you.
awesome.
I appreciate it.
you.